Hi, Rabish. If I share my screen, can you all see? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sharing now. Can you all see? Yeah, so can I start? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So please let me know if the screen, the PPT is hang or anything, all right? Can you see the full screen or you're seeing the second screen? It's not full screen, you hold on, Okay. Okay, you hold on. Let me share again. What? Okay, sure. Hold on, one more time. What about now? Okay, can I start? Okay. Okay, all right. A very good afternoon to all the participants. And first of all, I would like to thank the conference organizer for having me as one of the invited speaker. So I'm Karen Kaur from the School of Business Monash University, Malaysia. Today I'm going to present my research, my working paper, which is family firms and risk taking. Thus, the integration of ESG practices matters. I know that this is engineering. Most of you are engineering backgrounds and very more on the mathematical and statistics side. By the way, I'm from the finance department. Okay, so let me first define what is risk taking from the context of my study. So it is about the willingness of a firm to engage in activities or decisions with uncertain outcome, potential with positive or negative consequences. If you see from this picture here, the image, there is this reward and the risk. So the risk taking is about taking risk for the reward. So either you're taking too much risk with a less reward, or you're taking too little risk with a little reward as well. So how are you going to balance between the risk taking of a corporate risk taking? But risk taking is actually very important for firm survival, for growth and competitive advantages. Firms strategically engage in growth-oriented risk to innovate and to maximize shareholders' value. So what actually motivates our study? I'm moving on to the second slide. Our study is actually motivated by one of the recent studies published in 2023 that they find ESG performance can actually be used to lower corporate risk taking, especially with firms with lower information transparency, weaker corporate governance, and less external monitoring pressure. So in this study, we propose that the impact of ESG and risk taking is not going to be the same for all types of firms. It will vary because of the firm's ownership. So our study will focus on the family firms and non-family firms, mainly because family firms and non-family firms has a very distinguishable ownership structure. Moving on. What are the differences between family versus non-family firms? Family firms are unique due to their close-knit ownership because it is managed by the family, and the shareholders are mostly family members. The managers, even those who are managing, are also from the family members. So they are of a close-knit ownership. Family firms have different motivations and behavior that are different from non-family firms. Family firms also exhibit a lower separation of ownership between ownerships and control because the shareholders and the managers tends to be the same person. There is also a lower agency conflicts between shareholders and managers, but it can exacerbate. you can only see the first slide, is it? I'm already moving on to the next slides already. You still cannot see? What about now? Do you think it's better if I share the slide over to you or what? Okay, all right. So what about now? Okay, I'll enlarge it then. Okay, so if you look at it, right, family firms and risk-taking in terms of their relationship, family firms tend to take less risk than non-family firms, mainly to maintain their earning stability. They want to focus more on long-term goals and to preserve the family legacy. But on the other hand, there are also another stream of studies that find family firms are adopting riskier policy to boost their competitive advantages, enhance their firm values, and to safeguard socio-emotional wealth. This trend, the shift in the risk-taking behavior, is particularly noticeable in the emerging countries because traditional cost-based competitive advantages that emerging market used to be having the benefits, now they have to give way to technological innovations and development. However, note that whenever there is an excessive risk-taking, with mismanagement, there will be, it will lead to a problem of, we call, expropriation of the shareholders' interest and threatens the firm's survival. If you look at the relationship between family firms and ESG, right, family firms often show less motivation to invest in the ESG initiative given their substantial equity stake. But when the shareholders and the societal interests align, family firms would leverage on the ESG investment to enhance the socio-economical, emotional wealth and maintaining a strong stakeholders ties. So consequently, we will see a variety ESG impact on the risk-taking behavior between family and non-family firm. Moving on, we propose that ESG integration can mitigate excessive risk-taking behavior. Right? So we are trying to say that if a company incorporate ESG into their business practices, they will be able to reduce excessive risk-taking behavior because they will be more answerable to the stakeholder. So we actually build our studies based on the stakeholders theory, where firms should consider the interests of all the stakeholders rather than solely focusing only on maximizing shareholders' value. Similarly, the proponents of ESG also believe that while meeting the financial objective is important, it is equally important to satisfy the societal goals and responsibility to the non-investing stakeholder. Moving on. This is coming from different literatures. By integrating ESG, firms can promote and create value for all types of stakeholders, not just the shareholders. It can reduce the deviation from optimal risk-taking level. It can decrease firms' idiosyncratic risk. It can mitigate firms' default risk, generate positive moral capital, and reduce asymmetric information. So our studies is actually being tested. We test our hypothesis using a sample of Chinese firm listed on Shanghai Stock Exchange and Shenzhen Stock Exchange over a period of 12 years. So we have about 3,830 firms with a total of 26,100. Okay, everything all right? Okay, I'm just checking. The next one, as we were working on our sample firms, we find that there is a significant shift in the risk-taking by year. So looking at this graph, if we look at it, right, starting from 2015, there is a significant shift in the risk-taking behavior, especially the family firm. The family firm is coded as 1, the red color one. So family firm is taking more risk than non-family firm, especially from 2015 onwards. We did a further check. What actually caused this is because of a policy in the Chinese government that promote innovations and take substantial investment in R&D. So this is the one that is shifting the taste or the appetite of risk-taking. In terms of the ESG performance, we all notice that non-family firm is actually doing better, because the blue color line is non-family firm. They are doing better than the family firm. Even when we do the univariate analysis, we find that family firms has higher risk. As you can see here, I enlarge it. Family firms has higher risk compared to non-family firm. This one here, positive figure. In terms of ESG score, family firm has slightly lower ESG score compared to non-family firm. So we run quite a number of analyses. One of it is the baseline. We find that family-owned firms actually has a lot higher in terms of risk-taking compared to non-family firms. So this is significant. When it comes to ESG can actually lower the risk-taking behavior. When we look at the family firm integrate with ESG, we get a negative figure here, the one that I highlighted. So it tells us that family firms can help. If family firms that integrate ESG into their business practices, we will be able to see a reductions in an excessive risk-taking behavior. Then we look into the threshold effect. We find out that there is a limit to it because the relationship is not linear, it is non-linear relationship. So it only applies mostly to family control firms that has lower than 27.27% and family cash flow rights lower than 25%. So if let's say a much higher family concentration ownership, then we will not see that significant result. So we look at it, right? It actually tells us that the impact of ESG on corporate risk-taking is not homogeneous. It differs significantly by family and non-family. Moving on, we also do a quantile regressions model because we want to see what is the relationship like when the risk-taking is at a higher level instead as at the mean level. So we find a more significant result when the risk-taking is at the 50th, 75th, and 90th percentile. So our hypotheses are valid and is supported, especially when it comes to a higher risk-taking level. So the conclusions from our quantile regression is that family-owned firms have the relationship is significant at a higher percentile of risk-taking. It demonstrates a significant negative association in a higher risk-taking percentile. We also do matching sample robustness from family firm. We match with non-family firm because family firms and non-family firms sometimes they have unobserved variables, differences such as firm size and firm age. So we match them using entropy balancing and Carson exact matching principle method. We find the same result. Moving on, we actually did a lot more other analysis, but due to the interest of time, I will just present a couple more. We also validate using individual component of E, S, and G. Our results remain significant. Instead of just using the ESG score from 0 to 100, we also use ESG rating by AAA and to C is the lowest. We give a number to each of these rating. Then we calculated the ESG because people are saying that ESG is just for short-term because companies want to build their reputation, so they are more interested in terms of short-term ESG integration rather than long-term ESG integration. So what we did is we also repeat our analysis using a long-term ESG score. We also find a significant result supporting our hypothesis, supporting the claim that ESG is not just a short-term thing, but it's more on the long-term as well in order to support firms' transformations to sustainability. So of course, we will be wondering what are the mechanisms behind it, what are the reasons behind the ESG influence. It's mainly because when companies integrate ESG into their business practices, they increase the stakeholders' engagement. They engage more with the stakeholders in a broader range. They encourage firms to comply to ESG reporting requirements, which require a robust data management and also it improves the governance and internal quality of a companies. So what is the implications that we get from this study is that family firm, there is a wrong perceptions, right? Some people are thinking that is an earlier times findings or a wrong perception saying that family firms have less motivation to invest. But actually we do see a substantial shift in the interest where family firms is also integrating ESG into their family firms' businesses. So ESG integrations can be a significant monitoring tools. It helps to mitigate agency conflict by curbing excessive risk-taking among the family firms. And in this case, family firms can actually adjust their corporate strategies related to ESG to achieve their optimal level of risk-taking. So it is very important for us to have this takeaway message that when shareholders and the societal interests actually align, whether it's firms or non-family firms, they can actually leverage on ESG investment to enhance social emotional wealth and to maintain a strong stakeholders tie. So that's how I end my presentations. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Hi. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. Yeah. You can hear me? I hope you can hear me. All right. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for having me and for inviting me over to this wonderful event. It's a pleasure and an honor to be speaking back in my hometown of Berhampur University. I call it my hometown. I spent 4 years there. A lot of great memories and great professors that I had the honor of learning from. I know we are short of time, so I will quickly jump into this. A lot of discussions are happening: sustainable development, sustainable growth. What I want to do is a bit of a discussion forward more from interconnected complexity standpoint, as well as what is happening in the world of workplaces, and how a whole lot of things that are happening do have a bearing on our actions, our research, our development work, our jobs, and our own collective futures. Many slides out here I am going to skip through in the interest of time, but a full deck I have shared with Dr. Ravi sir, and I would definitely want every one of the audience here to have a look at it. Please review it and share with me your thoughts offline. I will speak to you about three things quickly: shifting world orders, the future of work, and the solutions for a better world. Technically, what we are doing, what we're seeing is we are in a phase of moving from the Holocene to the Anthropocene. And this is very interesting times because the 9 planetary boundaries that govern the existence of this very planet and all its inhabitants, not just humans, but everyone, is very much subject to a whole bunch of boundaries within which the planet functions, whether it is in terms of climate, whether it's in terms of ocean economies and acidification or biodiversity. Our human activities have actually breached 6 of these 9 boundaries, which means that the red that you see on the left are essentially indicators that we have really gone overboard in terms of our endeavor at, in transforming economies and building a lot of new products and services without really giving too much of a concern about how the environmental impacts are and how they also translate into social and economic impacts. It is time for us to really focus on how do we get back to a sustainable world. And when we talk about sustainability, it is not just about balance sheets and growth or about, very discrete measures at making the environment look a little bit better and just doing some low end things like ESG reporting and DEI and all of these. These are all necessary yet insufficient arguments. What we need to understand is the way in which the human beings operate. It is an extremely complicated world that we live in. A significant amount of complexities is going up exponentially. And the things that we do in one end do have a significant bearing on things at the other end. For example, we take a new technology has a policy implication, has a social construct implication, and has an environmental implication. For example, you can talk about great growth in data centers, but what is the cost of that data center growth in terms of electricity and water table depletions? These are important questions to ask because you can just keep pursuing economic growth at all costs, but the costs can be significant and multi-generational. So do we understand the implications enough? That's the first question I will leave you with, is all of us, and especially those in the research field out here in the university and institutions, please be mindful of the fact that you don't look at an issue from a one-to-one standpoint, but you look at their implications from a many-to-many. And it's important that when we do R&D and research work, doctoral work, thesis work, it is important that you are taking all of these interconnected aspects into account and not just looking at just the human condition. You also see them manifesting in a multiple number of ways across environment, economy, socially, and technologically. So one social construct might be important, but it might have an economic adversity attached with it, or the other way around. In most cases, for example, the prevalent increase in data centers, prevalent increase in the amount of data that is being transported and transmissioned across the world, how it is implicating and impacting our security protocols, our privacy protocols, our consistency with content management, with our consent. All of these do have a significant bearing. In fact, our very behaviors are changing by the nature of our interactions technologically. So is there a social diminution in the context of human interactions? Possibly there is, and do we understand that enough? But the bigger challenge is that a lot of times, all of us, we are so busy in our daily lives, we are so busy with our jobs, with our children, with our families, with our little communities, we are not looking at some of the actions that we take every single day that have significant large implications that traverse our societies, our economies, and even our regions. And there are a few examples out here. For example, cybercrime, cyber insecurity. We always believe that it is some random nasty actor who might be involved in an illegal activity. But more often than not, none of us tend to accept the fact that we are contributors to the problem by essentially sharing, for example, our own personal data and private data very irresponsibly, if I may say, and then complaining that it has been leveraged or utilized for bad action. There are other issues that we are not challenging when it comes to policy construct. For example, what is the right to privacy? How much can be private information? How much can be consent-based information or permission information that we want to share? And how much cannot at all be shared? So, for example, in the context of marketing, you might look at it as a whole lot of hyper-personalization that is happening in the world, and especially with products and services across, say, Odisha or Andhra Pradesh or Delhi. But the cross-pollination of data and the behavioral, in science that actually follows the information that we are sharing on our own social media platforms, they are being sold back to us in the form of products and services and experiences. Now, do we complain that a lot of hyper-personalization is happening and it seems somehow that somebody is invading into the privacy of our lives? Or are we saying that we are part of the problem because we are sharing a lot of information, private or otherwise, randomly, and therefore we cannot necessarily argue that an organization looking to hyper-personalize a product or a service is actually in the wrong. So what is the limits to which we are able to share our information, and what are the limits with which we will consent to the information being allowed to be used? One of the biggest challenges today, and particularly in India, is what is known as a reattribution challenge and re-identification. The data that you might share in a particular platform actually is cross-pollinated across platforms, whether you have consented to it explicitly or implicitly by virtue of a denial of service model, and those services come back to you whether you like them or not. The simplest way to look at it is advertisements, and the more onerous way to look at it is the entire push model of creating need you did not even realize that existed. Now, are we at the all the time as consumers, or are we also be able to take up some responsibility for our own actions? Most importantly, it is very telling that in India particularly, and even in Southeast Asia, we have a big problem with establishing the distinction between active consent and implicit consent. I think it is high time that some researchers like yourselves are actually putting some effort into understanding the social construct of how do we define these two aspects, which has been done very well, for example, in the European Union side of things, where active and implicit consent are distinct of one another and separated by a Chinese wall that is about active consent with legal implications. I believe it is a high time for us to be able to, bring in that kind of thinking and lead it through with research and also maybe influence policy in the bargain, so that we don't end up with misinformation and disinformation and deep fakes, etc. Now, these are some of the key technology-driven risks that we are living in. So when we talk about sustainability, what are we talking about sustaining? Is it just the balance sheet? Is it a customer base? Is it the customer preferences? What is it that we're trying to sustain? Or is it just the balance sheet and the shareholder value? The other thing that we have to ensure that we are looking at is we live in a hyper-connected world. How much of a connectivity do we want, and what are the social implications to that connectivity? More often than not, we have a multi-generational conversation, between people of my age and the current generation, whatever you call them, the millennials and the Gen Zs. What are the distinctions between their behaviors? We seem to be having a problem with reconciling generational attitudes. But I think we are missing the point by asking the wrong questions about generational attitudes. I think we should be talking about generational experiences and what is it that we are setting ourselves up for in terms of the future. So a lot of psycho-behavioral analysis is needed to be undertaken. More often than not, we are getting caught up in the technicalities of building these solutions, but do we need that human element? We also need the psychoanalytical element, into our research models. I don't see much of that coming through because we're either extremely technical or we are extremely human. There seems to be no middle path of bringing both these two in a converged model, and that's another thing I would suggest that we need to establish and have in place, so that we are able to inform policy, we're able to inform human behavior, social behavior, organizational behavior, and workforce behavior, all of them collectively. And that is what will lead to sustainability in terms of our consumption models, our production models, how we live in our cities, how our water tables are managed, how our forests are managed, and how our climate is kept in check. So I'll skip a few of these slides. While doing all of this, I do not see enough emphasis being placed on ethics. We just seem to become very active followers of models that have been built in the West with its own flavor of biases that are extremely Western centric. They're very centered in those existing cultures that do not necessarily tally with us. Big case in point, if you can think of it in today's day of artificial intelligence, and I know that you have heard of some news of India and the Indian government looking at building their own large language models. I think it's a good first positive step to start bringing in our own cultural components into the language models and our artificial intelligence tools that we will be deploying in industries as diverse as education and healthcare and defense and consumer spending. It's extremely important that we not just replicate randomly tools based on logic that is not inimical to our local construct. Otherwise, we will end up having a big distinction between economic endeavor and the social acceptance of it all, and that will lead to destruction. And you can forget sustainability as a consequence. So that is the third recommendation that I would give for all our research associates, particularly, is bring that localized element to the conversation while ensuring that it is open-ended enough to accept global ideas. We will have to ensure that there is a balance between social acceptance, economic growth, and environmental sustenance. So the resilience is a component of all three. We cannot give up on one versus the other, or have a regulation influencing one behavior. At the end of the day, in want of time, I really wanted to suggest one last thing is, and I want to skip a few slides to get to the one piece of the puzzle that I wanted to really talk to you about. When we talk about building for the future, what exactly do we mean by building for the future? This is how I would look at in terms of what a sustainable organization looks like, whether it is a university, whether it is an organization, whether it is a community or a society, is we need to completely upend our traditional management thinking. And with all due respect to all my management professors and every single management leader out there, I think what we have learned in the past is absolutely useless, because they were all driven by just one economic construct of shareholder value maximization and growth and balance sheets. We have reached a point of no return where our economic pursuits can no longer, satisfy the sustainability of a multi-generational future unless we deconstruct our existing management models. And this is what I would recommend in terms of deconstruction, as you see it in this slide. We need to reassess and understand the value that we're bringing to the table. Most tellingly, for example, the guys in marketing, it is extremely important for us to go back to distinguishing the difference between a need and a desire. Over the last 40 years, human beings have been exceptionally, well in selling a desire as a need. And in doing so, we seem to have put in a lot of good money in bad ideas and created rampant consumption, resulting in a whole lot of adverse consequences. Let's go back to the drawing board with establishing what is a need, what is a desire, what is a want, what exactly does society need, what exactly is it that people value in Berhampur versus what they would value in New York City. They are not one and the same, and let us not try and replicate these models. As a consequence, the business models will change, the operating models will change, and also the financial models will change. But in order for the value model to change, the people model becomes extremely critical. Is we all have to rethink the way we are doing things every single day. What is it that we are concerned about? What is it that we are not concerned about, assuming that it is not our problem? We all are part of a society, and we believe that we are only at the receiving end of a government or a corporation's actions. No, we are also at the creating end. So we are three kegs in that wheel, if you like. The society is an integral component of a corporation and a government. We cannot sit on the sidelines and say that I'm a consumer, I have no say. We have to upend our entire thinking. As we do these is when we start creating a sustainable organization, a sustainable city, a sustainable town, a sustainable university, or a sustainable community. What it essentially means is that we are moving away from building for technical systems to what I would like to call as building for living systems. We have been so caught up in technicalities of our work, and we seem to have made sustainability an end goal. Every single conversation in the last 3 years has been about sustainability, sustainability, sustainability. What does it actually mean? Is it the end of the line? I believe it is not the end of the line, but it is the commencement of a fundamental reset in our thinking towards restoration and regeneration. We need to move away from this left. It is all about degeneration and regress. So for that, the entry point is sustainability. So for everyone here in this conference, sustainability is not an end goal. It is the commencement of a 2.0 version, if you like, of humanity. And that starts with being sustainable in the first place, with an end goal that regeneration and restoration, building for living systems is what we need to really emphasize on going into the next 10 years. So thank you very much. I think I'm out of my time. Thank you, and that's it. Thanks a lot for your time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hello, can you hear me well? Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me to your conference. Thank you also for Professor Ravi for inviting me. I also enjoyed previous presentations where also sustainability was mentioned and also the actions that we can take. And now I will take a little bit a different perspective, focusing on sustainability and entrepreneurship. However, taken from the point of individual entrepreneurs. So again, this is like what we can do to make it better at the end. So I will be discussing the role of different types of embeddedness in sustainable entrepreneurship. So the aim of this study is really to employ first systematic literature review. I will show you simply the results of the role of the analysis of the literature on the role of embeddedness in sustainable entrepreneurship. And then secondly, I will use the example of vegan restaurants and entrepreneurs running them in my city I want to welcome you from Poznań in Poland, where now it is quite still morning. And we will, this example will illustrate how really embeddedness enables entrepreneurs to navigate like institutional frameworks, leverage social networks, and achieve some of more like sustainable outcomes, and mostly how it allows them simply to run their businesses. And I will finish with some suggestions what can be done in a very practical, marketing-oriented way to increase the embeddedness and also to increase the positive achieved outcomes. So first of all, what is sustainable entrepreneurship? Because I agree now it seems that we all discuss sustainability in many different terms, and it is simply sometimes very trendy to call everything sustainable or green. So sustainable entrepreneurship should be the entrepreneurial activity that aims to achieving sustainable developments, benefits, and impact, and it should integrate at the same time three main objectives. So first one is the economic prosperity. So if we are discussing entrepreneurs, they need to be able to run their business with positive economic outcomes. Then second objective is social justice, and then environmental equality and protection. So sustainable entrepreneurship reflects that the role of entrepreneurship has shifted to incorporating social and environmental missions alongside core business activities. So just to start and to give you a very brief theoretical framework or theoretical base, few words about embeddedness. So a critical aspect of sustainable entrepreneurship is embeddedness, which really has become one of the main paradigms in sociology, economic geography, and interorganizational network research. Very briefly speaking, it is simply the state of dependence on the context. And therefore, because there are like many disciplines that adopt the concept of embeddedness, that we may talk about three main types of embeddedness. One is social embeddedness, I believe the most well-known. And everyone discussing embeddedness will refer to the words of Polanyi or Granovetter. So this is simply social conditions of economic behavior. And also this will be about the role of social networks and personal relationships. Then there is interorganizational network embeddedness, that is really the impact of interorganizational or business relationships on companies' behaviors. And last but not least, territorial embeddedness. It is about the importance of place and spatial proximity. So in general, for example, trust or like good outcomes. So so embeddedness underlines the importance of organizations rooting in their social, interorganizational, and local context, and the influence of the resulting interdependencies on business venture activities and performance, including sustainability. So I conducted the systematic literature review on the literature on discussing sustainable embeddedness, and in general we may say that the research on social embeddedness dominates. So it also is the same with the territorial embeddedness, because here also the adoption of the assumptions of social embeddedness takes place in research, focusing on like local territorial embeddedness. Then there is really limited research on interorganizational embeddedness is in sustainable entrepreneurship. If there is such research, it focuses on investments in sustainable development startups or business internationalization mostly. And it is underlined that there is need for further research, discussing more like multidimensional way of embeddedness. So the role of social, interorganizational, and territorial embeddedness. When we discuss this sustainable entrepreneurship and embeddedness in the literature, it is underlined that embeddedness facilitates, first of all, information acquisition and learning. Then it facilitates resources, different resources acquisition, and it also allows recognition and exploitation of opportunities, which is crucial for entrepreneurs. I want to give you more the example of individual entrepreneurs. We conducted the qualitative research in my city in Poznań. These are the entrepreneurs who run vegan, or sometimes some exceptions include vegetarian restaurants or cafes located in this city. We conducted altogether 19 such interviews. Like these were mostly 1 hour or longer ones. So there are pretty many minutes of recording to be now analyzed. And like why we believe that the vegan restaurant, like entrepreneurs running such businesses, are good, like starting point to analyze sustainable entrepreneurship. Very often the main motive to running such business is not only because of the money, but it is also not only economic, but also it is because of the environmental beliefs to make the world a little bit better, or also because of the animal welfare. However, especially nowadays, these entrepreneurs face many challenges. We may just mention few of them. So first of all, this is really like consumers, on the side of the consumers, general consumers not vegan. Sometimes they are against the term vegan, like mentioning that this is something like not typical in our culture. We tend to use pretty like meaty food. Then on the other hand, vegan consumers who really like agree with this and who want to eat such food, they tend to be like, it was quite surprising for us, but it's really I see this in like almost every single entrepreneur, and underlines this, that these consumers tend to be more demanding. They tend to have many more questions, expectations. Then on the other hand, there is another challenge right now. Right now, there is this trend in terms of food on like more like diets, like high protein, keto, very like sports focused diets, which again tend to underline and like on the need to eat meat. So again, this is the challenge the entrepreneurs face. And of course, there are more like general challenges like high inflation and rising costs of running the business. So it is not the easy context of running the business. But so why for them, like what shows the need and the positive part of embeddedness? So first of all, we see that there is the role of social embeddedness. So here the importance of local communities is underlined. It is underlined the role of like friends and family who simply give this kind of support net. They also give in crisis situations. They are like friends and family members. They are sometimes the source of like resources, like including finance. Then the interviews underline the importance of interorganizational embeddedness. And here we have like relationships with suppliers who assure, of course, the continuity of restaurants' ongoing activities. There is also the cooperation with competitors. They are more the source of knowledge and new solutions. Sometimes they also enhance distribution networks. This is mostly when, for example, the cakes are sold in restaurants, so cakes from other ventures. What is here interesting, however, when we focus strictly on sustainable entrepreneurship, that because of because there are these like huge like requirements of making of earning money, and there are these challenges in terms of rising costs, etc. Many times the entrepreneurs, even if they are focused on sustainability, on in terms of an environment or in terms of animals' welfare, even in such a case, they mostly tend to cooperate with competitors, with suppliers who do not share the same values. So with competitors or suppliers who do not focus necessarily on sustainability or who do not focus necessarily on animals' welfare. So this is the point that should be really underlined here. And in terms of territorial embeddedness, really the importance of like, we are discussing restaurants, so it is not a surprise that the importance of close location is underlined in terms of both social and interorganizational relationships, mostly in case of emergency situations. What is here interesting is that we've found out that there were cases of little embedded vegan restaurants or entrepreneurs running such restaurants. So these are the entrepreneurs who want to do everything on their own. Okay, they use some suppliers, but otherwise they do not share the knowledge, but they also do not acquire the knowledge because they know it better, or they are afraid of like sharing information or of sharing resources or and so on. And this is really, it shows that mostly these entrepreneurs achieve worse results in terms of both economic and environmental outcomes, because they have restricted access to resources, particularly knowledge and know-how. I want to also underline something that is not written on the slide, that we need, when discussing sustainable entrepreneurship, we need to always remember about these three layers. So economic, then environmental and social. And here social was also important, and not in terms of embeddedness, but rather the outcomes and activities. That sometimes, for example, we had the cases of vegan ventures who really promoted them very nicely in terms of like taking care of the environment and the environmental issues. They really underlined their sustainable approach. However, we knew based on the analysis of like secondary sources, mostly like different groups in social media, we found out that the same entrepreneurs who really promoted their values and sustainability values, they really treated, for example, their employees not in a correct way, which really underlines that, okay, they were doing good in terms of environment and in terms of economic values, however, not necessarily in terms of social aspects. So what are, like, what can entrepreneurs do in terms of increasing embeddedness? So this is more like very practical solutions directed towards entrepreneurs themselves. What also very practical solutions that do not require a lot of finances. So one point is really being involved in social media. Like, this is cliche. However, this is not really about doing everything on social media. Like, this hasn't shown very positive results. In such a case, when this is really, we are discussing sustainable entrepreneurs, in this particular case, entrepreneurs running vegan ventures, it is important to really be active within dedicated and targeted groups. Like, we have like the special groups of people who are either interested in sustainability, sustainable solutions, or sustainable or vegan services, or vegan food in this case. In a particular city, this is where the activity should focus. We really saw, analyzing the social media, that this was the very positive part. And of course, then there is the need of close cooperation with suppliers, distributions, and competitors. Without this is really problematic to have positive results. However, there is the risk of over-embeddedness, so meaning you still should have more than one supplier. You still should be a little bit reflective when cooperating with competitors. So yes, so thank you for listening to me. Just to final thought that for sustainable development, institutions, policies, and regulations are important. However, these are individual people, entrepreneurs who make the change, and the embeddedness facilitate their activities. So yes, thank you for listening, and dziękuję in Polish. Yeah. Yes, 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 I hear you. Because the sound is that I don't know if I heard you correctly. Are you asking about the qualities and attributes of the entrepreneurs? Yeah, okay, good. So what I think that the crucial part about the is really, on one hand, being open to different opportunities that are coming and being motivated. On the other hand, really, especially if we are discussing sustainable entrepreneurship, and these vegan businesses, many entrepreneurs do it because of their values. They value environment, they value sustainability, they take care of the animals. And in this case, sometimes they forget that this is still business. So on one hand, taking care of the environment and sustainable issues, yes, is very important. On the other hand, this being very standing hard on the floor, meaning thinking about the running, that this is still the business. You need to still have money, and that's why sometimes you need to cooperate with people who maybe do not share the same values is very crucial. So on the one hand, yes, the values and beliefs, on the other hand, the motivation, and thirdly, still remembering that this is the business and really being able to count to focus on the economic aspects. Okay, I think it is also important to remember about the vegan, and so this is we are discussing also diet, which because this is linked to diet, which is very also linked to culture, and this is not so. Like it used to have a very high rise in Europe and also in Poland where I am. It used to have like the amount of businesses introducing vegan plant-based food was really increasing, and now it is not in decrease, but it is now stable. So really, I think we need to remember like about the challenges these businesses face. And this is so. This is one part, and but however, I believe that still we need to remember about the data, and the data is very clear that vegan diet in general, it really leads to lower environmental destruction in terms of gas emissions, in terms of soil disturbance, in terms of natural environment in general. And this is the main point and the main argument why we should analyze these businesses and why we should facilitate plant-based businesses. Because in general, data shows that, that this is better for the environment. If you are interested in this topic, there is like in the presentation there was the contact to me, or you have the contact to me. Feel free also to like send the email about this topic. I will be happy to like exchange some information. Thank you. Okay, so I would say that we need to remember this is about the entrepreneurs. So I know partly Indian context, but not as much as you definitely. So that's why, and I really agreed with the former presenter who stated also that much of the research is still Western and European centric or American centric. So this is the possibility for you to really do a lot, because, but I think the main, like there would be like the advice would be first to really be open to cooperation, meaning this is like the results show that embeddedness in being open in terms of we use the contacts with our friends, family, but also like local community. We really want to be open to this, and also later on we are open to cooperation even with competitors. So being open to this really is very crucial. Like really we saw the link that entrepreneurs who are afraid of cooperation, sharing information, at the end they had worse results. And I really believe this would be the same in India, like being not afraid to really share the information. However, there is this risk of what is called over-embeddedness. So, so this is what we tend to say sometimes: trust is good, control is better, meaning like sharing information and sharing knowledge does not mean that you do it and do not get anything back. So you need to be also, like, at the same time, when being open to cooperation and really being active in this regard, to expect as well some rules and also expect information that is given to you as a result. And yes, so this would be the advice. But again, I really encourage you, if you have additional thoughts or questions, you can contact me as well. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sound is not clear, madam.